We're here to enjoy a matchup that football fans are sure to relish. Which side will step up and deliver? It's all coming up next on EA TV.
We're at the magnificent venue that is Old Trafford, Manchester. My name's Guy Mowbray, and I'm joined by Sue Smith on the gantry, and every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. It's Manchester United, and they play Real Sociedad.
Cheers, Guy. I think it's so important that both teams start on the front foot, take the game to the opposition, and an early goal would certainly settle any nerves.
Here's how Manchester United line up. Andre Onana is in goal. Harry Maguire plays alongside Matthijs de Ligt in central defence, and they go with just one in attack. This is the lineup for the visitors.
Yeah, it's a 3-4-2-1, and this is quite a narrow formation, so it's key that the two wing-backs provide the width. The front three, I'm sure they'll combine in attack, and maybe another midfielder join in as well.
Takefusa Kubo. Zubeldia. Kubo. Reis Mendes. Oh, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Well, under no real pressure, but unable to keep it in play. Noussair Mazraoui. Well, Bruno Fernandes can pass, he can score, he can pretty much do everything that a midfielder ought to do. Are we going to see him do it all today?
Yeah, he's such a creative player. The close control, his agility, how technically aware he is. He's just brilliant to watch. Defenders struggle to pick him up because he's always on the move.
Now, can he get the cross in? Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Gomez. Mikel Oyarzabal. Zubimendi. Still level, but this attack could see that changing. The assistant spotting a touch there, it'll be a throw. Kubo. Luka Sucic. And the defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. Being pressed here. Firm in the tackle, it'll be a throw. Mazraoui. Untidy in possession there. De Ligt. This looks promising from United, but it will now be tidied up and cleared away. Gomez. Kubo. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. And now to play it goes for a throw-in.
Well, it does look like they've changed tactics a bit here. I think they're looking to use the width a bit more now, and you can see that when they have the ball, they're stretching that back line. It is key that they use the spaces that have been left, though. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Sucic. Promising looking attack, but it's come to nothing. Luka Sucic. Neither side doing a good job of looking after the ball. One to see off the threat. Noussair Mazraoui. How to play. Throw in to come. Sergio Gomez. Again. Zubimendi. Zubimendi. Nicely sets it up. And the ball has been lost here. Could take things forward a notch here. Oyarzabal. Christian Eriksen. Now, this might be promising. Fernandez. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Mazraoui. Eriksen. A decent move looked to be building, but that's it for now. Good ball in behind. Gomez. Oyarzabal. Nothing to split the sides, but this move is looking promising. And that brings the first half. So nothing between them as the second half kicks off. Luka Sucic. Odriozola. Sucic. Zubeldia. Luka Sucic. Odriozola. Zubeldia. Takefusa Kubo. Sucic. And unable to retain possession. Mendes. Mikel Oyarzabal. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Could be a chance! Oh, superb save. He's done so well to keep that out. It's been delivered. And that one is got away. Manuel Ugarte. Bruno Fernandes. Christian Eriksen. Promising looking attack from United. And that's a throw-in. They'll have to win the ball all over again. Eriksen. Fernandez for the lead here, and he's lost it at the moment when the chance was on. It's nice possession. Is there a goal to take the lead coming? Bruno Fernandes, such a good player, but he hasn't looked at his brilliant best today. What's your view, Sue?
He's not really been himself in the first half. He's hardly had a touch. We all know the quality that he's got and the fact that he can win a game on his own. I'm sure we're going to see a better second half performance from him.
Oh, a great chance. And it's there. They have a goal. And they have the lead. Zubeldia. Again. Zubimendi. Odriozola. Sucic. Kubo. Sucic. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. United with width here. Could get it over now. Hernandez. Eriksson, and this could be. It's in! 2 to the good. That little bit of buffer, and it's just a matter of keeping concentration now. Odriozola. Sucic. Takefusa Kubo. Zubimendi. Keeping it nicely here. Reis Mendes. And the forward progress continues. The comeback could be on here. And it will now be a corner. They take it short. It'll be time for a corner. Pressure still on. And they've gone with a short one. Gomez. Chops inside now. Sucic. Odriozola. And another opportunity goes on by.
Well, it does. It's a real chance to make a game of it and put the pressure on them. You just can't waste opportunities like that if you want to get back into this.
Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Kubo. And the pass has been misplaced. Out of play. Throw in to come. Now, what can they do from here? Oh, worth a shot. And the keeper more than equal to it. A short corner taken. And into the box it goes. It's away, but it's not finished yet. Well, it comes to nothing in the end. There's a chance for the breakaway here. Chance to deliver into the box. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. Fernandez. Promising looking ball. What can they do from here? Can they hit that from miles out? Oh, yes! As clean a strike as you'll ever see. What a goal! Promising looking ball. And that is the final.
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype always. A big night here at a stadium named after one of the greats of world football. We're at the Johan Cruyff Arena. I'm Derek Ray, perched here on the commentary gantry, and sitting alongside me to provide expert analysis is Stuart Robson. And every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. It's Ajax up against Real Sociedad.
Well, thanks, Derek, as always. The scene is set, two good teams, a great playing surface and a vibrant atmosphere. It has all the ingredients for a really exciting game.
Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. And the starting 11 for Real Sociedad.
Well, it's a 4-3-3 formation with a centre-forward and two wingers. So it's important that the midfield players give support to the striker whenever the ball goes wide. They can't allow him to be isolated.
Sergio Gomez. And the cross into the middle. Well, couldn't really direct it where he wanted. The switch of play now. That's a very fine piece of tackling. Kubo. Luka Sucic. That takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Berghuis. Feeding it through. Kenneth Taylor. Schutalo. Taylor. Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here? Bryce Mendes. Sucic. And do they mean business on this occasion? In possession, Mendes here. Chances on. And thwarting his opponent in the nick of time. Takafusa Kubo. And Ajax with the ball again. Odriozola. It's with Oyarzabal. Odriozola. And there the move ends for now. Luka Sucic. Real Sociedad unable to hold on to it. Klaassen. Kenneth Taylor. Moving the ball more than decently, but can they take the lead? The cross is on. To take the lead. It's a perfect challenge. Oyarzabal. Nayef Aguerd. Well, Real Sociedad come away with it. Well, a real struggle for both sides on the possession front here. Odriozola. Useful looking position, you've got to say. He got a good palm on it. Kenneth Taylor. A very effective challenge put in. Can they get in behind them? Oyarzabal. And a failure to keep the ball by Real Sociedad. Wasteful from Ajax. Well, they're on the scent of something positive. Now a decent position, and just too much height on the shot. Robbie. Ajax couldn't hang on to it. Subimendi. And Gomez. And made sure the pass wasn't troublesome. And he's hit it with authority! And the goalkeeper's touch, that was crucial. The first half, well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in the second half. Oh, that's a really good pass. Klassen. Henderson has it. Given away by Ajax. Nice looking pass. Klassen. Henderson has it. Kenneth Taylor. Unable to keep it again, Ajax. Well, the attacking options appear plentiful. Asking a lot to score from there. Goalkeeper's ball. Kubo. An effective challenge. Takafusa Kubo. Well, I'll tell you what, he didn't miss by an awful lot. Klassen. Henderson has it. Kenneth Taylor. Henderson. Brian Brobby. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. Showing fine vision. Well, I take my hat off to him because that was superb defending. Ajax pushing forward with options available. Henderson. No, high quality defending. Oyarzabal. Odriozola. Sound piece of goalkeeping. And the challenge, crisp and clean. A bit of running room now on the wing, but really sticking to their task defensively. Odriozola. Takafusa Kubo. Odriozola. And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Berghuis. Klaassen has it. And there to intervene. Fruitful looking attack. He's going to have a go here. Oh, good work to deny the opportunity. And tidily played. And an astute piece of defending. Sucic.
Well, Real Sociedad have controlled the flow of the game in the last 15 minutes. But if there is to be a winner in this, you sense it's starting to become a matter of now or never. Not going to get too many more chances now.
Well, not quite what he wanted to do with the pass. Klaassen. It's with Berghuis. Good looking move. A move of promise. Is it going to end with them scoring the winning goal? And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. Henderson. Good movement. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Henderson.
Well, the atmosphere is so tense inside this stadium, but can they find that moment of magic to win this game? The crowd certainly think so. Just listen to them.
And hit with ferocity! Oh, that's a top save, and it's still level pegging.
Well, had that gone in, it really would have been difficult for them to recover. Well played, the keeper.
He's driven in the corner. Well, the keeper is happy the bar was there. Sergio Gomez. They've given it away. Oyarzabal. The move looks promising. A goal here surely would finish it. But quick thinking defensively. Good ball over the top. And with that, the 90... This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. A big night here at a stadium named after one of the greats of world football. We're at the Johan Cruyff Arena. I'm Derek Ray, getting ready to bring you all the action, accompanied by my broadcasting partner, Stuart Robson. And we're fully convinced this game will live up to its billing. What might we see today, Stuart?
Well, as always, I'm looking forward to this because both teams have strong aspects to their game. Both managers like to play attacking football, and we've got some good matchups all over the pitch.
Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Ortega. Using space on the opposite flank now. Gelson Martins. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Klaassen. Trying to open up the defence. A strong hand on the ball. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Kenneth Taylor. Precise ball movement. He just couldn't play that decisive ball. He has teammates around him. Terrific block. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Oh, the threat is there. Well, got there in the end. That's the important thing. Ayoub El Kadi. Well, moving the ball forward, they might be in business. Carmo. Here's Gelson Martins. Ortega. Ayoub El Kadi. Oh, stylish ball. What can they do now? Martins. An inability to keep hold of the ball there. Ayoub El Kadi. Determined defending. Berghuis. Well, the defending not the best here. But no damage done, that's the main thing. Succeeded in keeping it in play. Gelson Martins. Ayoub El Kadi. Could be troublesome. Well, mopping up defensively. Robbie. Well, we can give them high marks for their passing, but can they make this pressure count? Well, the teams are locked together. Will it stay that way following this corner? Oh, how about that for the last line of defence? Delivering it. Giving the ball to the opposition that time. Gelson Martins. Here's Gelson Martins. And Ajax come away with it. Tidy on the ball. And Ajax exploiting the space on the flank. It's sailing over the crossbar. What a moment he'll want to remember.
Well, as the stats confirm, the game hasn't got going so far, and the attacking play from both sides has been really poor. But some credit must go to the defenders because they've dominated here today.
He might yet finish. Spot on with that tackle. Klassen. Well, nothing untoward happened. A chance then for the... And as the second half commences, both sides can reflect on a first half in which they were so very evenly matched. Retsos. Carmo. Here's Gelson Martins. From one side of the pitch to the other. Gelson Martins. And in possession, Chiquinho. Still pushing for the goal that would put them ahead, but not forcing it. It did look on for them, but not to be. Well, a bit of an unforced error, and it's going to be a throw. Oh, that's a fine-looking pass. Well, couldn't bend his run, and the flag went up. And nicely over the top. And he was in the right place to intercept. Gelson Martins. Chiquinho. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Oh, moving it nicely. Plenty of support here. Can he convert? Took a nick on the way through, so a corner here. Oh, what a clearance under pressure. How can he put them in front? Well, it was a wonderful chance, but the goalkeeper comes through.
Yes, Derek, we have to give credit to the keeper, but surely he should have scored there. That's a big, big chance.
He's beaten his man. He's in behind. And the penalty has been given here. This to make it 1-0. The keeper going in the right direction and saving it. So the corner played into the box. Well, given the position he found himself in, he really should be testing the keeper. Superb opportunity squandered. Oh, lovely weighted ball. They might be in. El Kabi. Not showing good patience. Well, he was miles out, but still had the audacity to go for goal.
Yeah, as you said, a long way out, but what a good strike that was. He hit it so cleanly.
Under pressure. Able to deal with the threat. It's a bit of a struggle for both sides to keep the ball right now. Henderson. Kenneth Taylor. Henderson has it. Taylor. Klaassen. What can Ajax do from this position? That's a good-looking shot! Well, when all was said and done, Stuart, he wasn't a million miles away.
No, he wasn't, because he generates so much power from that sort of distance. His technique is brilliant.
Kenneth Taylor. Well, all doing their bit to keep them out.
Wilt u na afloop van de wedstrijd het afval in de gescheiden bakken deponeren? Dat was vriendelijk.
Taylor. It's with Berghuis. Klaassen. Could be threatening. Oh, off the post, still alive. The pressure was high, and they could be in here.
Well, how close were Ajax there? You sense a goal is coming soon, though.
And the ball back with Ajax here. 10 minutes to go then. And the ball in behind the defenders. There's a Martins. Oh, nice ball over the top. But it wasn't a taxing save. Out of play for what will be an Ajax throw. Taylor. On the offensive, is there to be late excitement? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Berghuis. Berghuis. And they stopped them in their tracks. 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. There's also Martins. And that is it for the 90 minutes. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kickoff time. Stay tuned for the live action. The floodlights are shining down on the players here in Amsterdam at the Johan Cruyff Arena. I'm Derek Ray, perched here on the commentary gantry, and sitting alongside me to provide expert analysis is Stuart Robson. And we can't wait for this one to start with justifiable cause. How do you see the match going, Stuart?
Well, thanks, Derek, as always. The scene is set, two good teams, great playing surface, and a vibrant atmosphere. Has all the ingredients for a really exciting game.
Well, he always has to be regarded as a dangerous opponent, so what should we expect to see from him in this game, Stuart?
Well, anything around the box. He's a massive threat from dead ball situations. He really does get some whip on his free kicks.
Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. And here's the Roma starting 11. Gianluca Mancini plays alongside Evan Ndika in central defence. Brian Cristante starts alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield. And it's two strikers up front who'll look to provide the goal-scoring threat. Paredes. A bit wasteful in possession from Roma. Shomurodov. Dovbik. Now, let's see what they can do here. Did really well to get through. Can they take the lead here? And danger still. And in at the second time of asking. Just what was required. Klaassen. Josip Schutalo. Henderson has it. Klaassen. Henderson. Klaassen has it. Attacking possibilities for Ajax. And it took a little nick before it went over the touchline. So a throw in here. Brian Brobby. Could be troublesome. And quick thinking defensively. Roma couldn't keep the ball. Berghuis. Decides to shoot. Oh, that is a majestic goal! Falling home with precision and style. Superbly done. Brian Cristante. It's with Paredes. Ndika. Couldn't find a teammate. Throw in here. Paredes. Artem Dovbik. Well, they have it again.
In dit stadion hebben we respect voor elkaar en houden we het netjes.
Brian Cristante. Firing it towards goal! And denied by the post. Well, a time for cool heads. Kone. Well, he's certainly not alone. Takes aim! And a strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Nice switch of play. Ajax being afforded too much space here. It's there for him. A goal! That's two for him today. They simply can't stop him. No wonder he's celebrating. Cristante. It's with Paredes. Dovbik. Paredes. Here's Cristante. And very deftly cut out. It is a decent looking attack here. Kone. Angelino. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. A real opening now. How about the cross? And a confident clearance. Trying to really get at the opposition here. It's a fierce effort. A smart stop here. Let's see about the delivery. And he did what he had to do defensively. Berghuis. Good through ball. A chance then for the... Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Mancini. Kone. Possession one. And Mancini on the ball. It's with Paredes. Brian Cristante. It's with Paredes. Artem Dovbik. And the referee has pointed to the spot. He's given the penalty. And now, let's see if they can level it up. And now to level the game. In it goes! Coolly converted. Well, another equaliser. What a topsy-turvy game this has been. Shoutalo. Henderson. Brian Brobby. Josip Shoutalo. Ajax looking dangerous. Henderson. Here's Berghuis. They do pass the ball with authority. Henderson has it. Klaassen. Taylor. Klaassen has it. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Paredes. Here's Cristante. We're getting the ball forward. Well, fantastic reflex action. Teammates in the middle. Couldn't quite hang on. Well, they can keep possession of it now. Now the counter-attack looks on. To put them ahead. Well, it was a brilliant break, but no goal as a result.
Well, forget the finish and just admire the way they counter-attacked there. They did it with such pace and quality.
Roma struggling to keep hold of it. Well, a joy to watch. Angelino. Determined defending. Getting forward. And space to cross it. And I think, unfortunately for him, the less said about that attempt, the better.
Well, he had a lot of options there, but he's chosen the wrong one. That was a poor effort.
Can he find the right pass? Well, Ajax have it back now. Murodov. And the attack looks promising, distributing it well. And they have possession again. That's a good-looking ball. Artem Dogby. Take it on. Oh, dealt with by the goalkeeper. Who can he pick out? Out of play then. Ajax throw coming up. Brian Brobby. Henderson. Well, they're certainly thinking about a winner. It's looking promising. Just missing narrowly on the volley.
Well, it's a fantastic effort. Difficult technique, but he caught it so well. He's unfortunate.
Angelino. And it's played into the centre. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Maybe room here for the counter-attack.
Well, these Ajax fans believe there's still one more big chance coming their way to win this game. If they can take it, this place will go wild.
Guadio Kone. Oh, could be an opportunity here. Very quick thinking there. So much focus within the team and completely focused on winning the game now. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Taylor. Well, that's good defending. Well organised at the back. And the fourth official confirming that we'll have one additional minute. And foiled only by the crossbar. They cannot be separated here, and it's... Growing excitement throughout the day, and now the big kick-off is near. It's anyone's guess who'll come out on top in this colossal game, but a thrilling encounter can practically be guaranteed. Live on EA TV. The floodlights are shining down on the players here in Amsterdam at the Johan Cruyff Arena. I'm Derek Ray, perched here on the commentary gantry, and sitting alongside me to provide expert analysis is Stuart Robson. And every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. It's Ajax versus Manchester United.
Well, we've got everything needed for a good game here. Two motivated teams, a vibrant atmosphere and some very good players. Let's hope we're not disappointed.
And the starting 11 for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. The lineup for Manchester United. Andre Onana is the goalkeeper. Nusair Mazraoui plays alongside Harry Maguire in central defence. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Oh, managing to beat him. Options in the middle. Eriksson. Oh, he'll take it on. Well, the goalkeeper managed to make the save without much difficulty in the end. Henderson. Well, this could really help the cause. He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. Ajax in a position of menace. Chance to play it in. Cutting the ball back. And United have the corner. And deciding to go short with this one. Eriksson. Can they forge ahead? They do! And you've got to say they're good value for the lead. Schutalo.
Gescoord door Manchester United. Nummer 4, Matthijs de Ligt.
Henderson has it. Klaassen. Kenneth Taylor. Klaassen has it. Henderson. Taylor. Steven Berghuis. Chance to do damage. Henderson. Ajax losing possession. Højlund. Quite possibly a yellow card as their flow was stopped. All fairly run-of-the-mill in terms of what the keeper had to do. And a timely intervention. It's opening up for them. Ajax regaining possession here. Klaassen. Genuine chance. It's a perfect challenge. And the corner perhaps represents a chance for Ajax to level matters here. Disappointing delivery, sailing over everyone in the middle. Who can they pick out? And swept off the line. Oh, a fine block. And a very good challenge. Rasmus Højlund. Højlund. At times they make passing look easy. Mazraoui. Christian Eriksen now. Oh, it's a superb challenge. Very timely. Berghuis. Might work out. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Rasmus Højlund. Decent position. Ugarte. Decent position this for United to find themselves in. A strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Henderson. A chance then for the respective managers to... And the ball moving again, advantage United, but plenty of time for a few twists and turns here. Bruno Fernandes has it. Now De Ligt. Maguire. Nussair Mazraoui. Christian Eriksen now. Bruno Fernandes has it. Just couldn't get it through. Rasmus Højlund. Magnificent defending. Berghuis. Moving the ball forward with purpose. Klassen. Well, that's a fine-looking pass. And the danger is averted. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, I have to say, I thought he was good. He affected the game, he made the right decisions, and he looked lively out there.
And he's made headway. Palmed away by the keeper.
Well, Ajax still behind, but they're knocking at the door now. You can just sense an equaliser coming.
Yes, they just have to make sure they stay defensively compact here. And a throw in here for United. Christian Eriksen now. Manuel Ugarte. Eriksen. Bruno Fernandes. And able to close down the shot. A textbook interception. Wonderfully weighted pass. Well, he had just gone beyond the last defender, Stuart.
Well, that's a real shame because the through ball is really well weighted, but he just took too long to play it.
Christian Eriksen now. Well, this is looking promising and keeping it out. Going short. Fernandes. Now with Eriksen. Great opportunity. Strong hand on that one.
Well, United very much in control over the last 15 minutes and have been pressing to extend their lead. They just need to be a bit more clinical in front of goal.
Yes, it's so true. For once they find themselves in defensive mode. Well, patient passing could be the key to bringing themselves level. Klaassen. Well, they're on the scent of something positive. Kenneth Taylor. Well, lovely work to get past his man. Options in the middle. Henderson. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Højlund. Fernandes. Oh, blocked it! Ajax finding space on the wing. Well, it did look promising, but no threat in the end. Good technique displayed. Rasmus Højlund. And a save to keep them in the hunt.
Well, could that save inspire a comeback here? It's good work from the keeper, you have to say that.
And in a perfect position to cut it out. Well, with 5 minutes remaining and just one goal between them, still the prospect of late excitement in this match. Good work from Ajax to win back possession.
Well, it hasn't been a great performance, but the fans have been brilliant. Just listen to the noise. Can the players respond and find this equaliser?
Klaassen. Just cutting off the supply. Rasmus Højlund. And if you've already received a yellow card, you surely want to stay away from that sort of challenge. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. Options in the centre. And there goes the final whistle. Manchester United up. quest for success. The big showdown almost upon. Hello and welcome to the Anoeta here in San Sebastian. And I'll tell you what, I hope that we're devouring plenty of exciting football. My name is Derek Ray, and my commentary partner, as usual, is Stuart Robson. And the general feeling is we should be in for a spellbinding occasion. It's Real Sociedad versus Manchester United.
Well, this should be interesting today. I like the makeup of both teams. They really do have a good balance of attacking and defensive qualities. But the team that has the greater desire will probably come out on top.
This is the team Manchester United will go with.
Well, it's a 4-5-1, so they will be very compact out of possession. But they'll need to break forward quickly when they win the ball back. And key to that will be the wide players. This should be a really interesting game.
Moving the ball effectively. Well, that's how to beat your opponent. Bryce Mendes. Having a shoot. Straightforward piece of goalkeeping. Manuel Ugarte. De Ligt. Bruno Fernandes has it. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Well, constantly giving the ball away isn't going to help matters. United might be able to cash in. It's opening up for them. Odriozola really had to get it spot on to finish from there, and it was miles off target.
Well, maybe not the right choice there. That's a poor effort.
Højlund, and beyond the last defender, offside. Luka Sucic. Well, offside, unfortunately. Bruno Fernandes has it. It's looking promising. Crossing possibilities. Must take the lead here. Simple for the keeper. Subimendi. And teammates around him. Oyarzabal. Moving forward effectively. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. And in with a real chance. Oh, disappointing. Just when it looked like a surefire opener.
Well, that should have been the opener, Derek. I'm not sure how he's missed that.
Luka Sucic. It's with Oyarzabal. Sucic. And return to Odriozola. Takes aim. Foiling his opponent completely. Got the game level. Let's see what they can do with this corner. The high press was on, and that's a fantastic tackle. Odriozola. Looking for that final pass, looking for the goal that would put them ahead. Bryce Mendes. Odriozola. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Cutting it back. Given away by Christian Eriksen. Eriksen has found an attacking gear, but what's his approach going to be now? A disappointing end to the move. Kubo. Will it happen for them?
Well, there's been a change in Real Sociedad's approach here, because rather than hitting the front players as soon as possible, they're now trying to pass their way through.
Can he take advantage? Well, a piece of quick thinking by the keeper.
Well, that's great goalkeeping. He read it so well, didn't he?
Takefusa Kubo. Sucic. It did look on for them, but not to be. Rasmus Højlund. Fernandes. Spot on with that tackle. Fernandes. Now with Eriksen. Eriksen! And a goal! Now they have their opener, and now they can celebrate. Takefusa Kubo. Sucic. Zubeldia on the ball. And the referees. Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in this second half. Sergio Gomez. In possession, Mendes here. Subimendi. Bryce Mendes. Zubeldia. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. And Real Sociedad with the ball again. This attack looks highly promising. An astute piece of defending. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. Oh, might be. Well, they're going to be very cross with themselves because that was a wasted opportunity. Subimendi. Oh, could be an opportunity here. The supporters want to see him have a go. This could level it. And a goal it is. But offside is the verdict.
Well, it's a good finish, but he was just offside. Great decision by the assistant.
Given away by Manchester United. And support available. And closed down straight away. Trailing, but hope in the form of a corner. And the short option preferred.
Well, just listen to the fans. They know this is a big chance here.
And Real Sociedad did well to win the ball back. Well, Stuart, a first-half performance that Christian Eriksen will certainly be proud of.
Well, I'm sure the manager will be delighted with him. He'll have drilled it into them to keep their focus, keep playing through to the half-time whistle, and it's certainly put them in a good position to go on and win this now.
The attack continues. They're making considerable progress. Bryce Mendes. And he cuts in from the wing. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Now, far from the ideal pass, you've got to say. Oyarzabal. The verdict is offside here. Højlund. That's a good-looking ball. Oh, but brilliantly read to cut it out. It looked so promising. Sucic. Now they have possession in a good area of the pitch. And the keeper making sure there were no scraps for them to feed on. Højlund. United could be onto something. In search of space. And missing the chance to give them a bit of breathing space.
Well, that should have made it more comfortable, shouldn't it? But it's a wasted opportunity. Well, there's been a change in Real Sociedad's approach here. They now want to regain possession as soon as possible, which means they're going to squeeze up the pitch and press from the front.
Oh, nice ball over the top. Well, going for power, but what can you say about it, really? Not great.
Well, I'm not sure they deserve anything from this game, but there's still time to find that equaliser. And you have to say the crowd have been brilliant. They're still driving the team on.
It looked as though it had a chance of going in for the equaliser.
It was close. It was a decent effort. Just need to keep plugging away now, and surely the goal will come.
Real Sociedad regaining possession. How can they find a late leveller? Odriozola. Now can they counter clinically? Have to pay attention defensively. And the free kick awarded to Manchester United. Options in the centre. Well shown inside. Oh, he wasn't necessarily favourite to win that challenge.
Well, these fans are right behind the team here. Can they get the equaliser, though?
Sergio Gomez. Sucic. On the ball, Odriozola. Sucic. One minute of stoppage time has been added on. Well, he could really get at the opposition. Splendid defending, and there it is, a penalty given, and a chance perhaps for them to finish this off. And this might mean job done. And there it is, perfectly executed. And there it is, the final whistle. What a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week. And hello from the northwestern part of Spain. We're in San Sebastian at the Estadio de Anoeta. I'm Derek Ray, and adjacent to me in the commentary box is Stuart Robson. And the general feeling is we should be in for a spellbinding occasion. It's Real Sociedad up against Ajax.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
And the starting 11 for Real Sociedad.
Well, in this 4-5-1, as you would expect, it's a very compact back four. A midfield five with a mixture of qualities and a front player who will threaten the space in behind the opposition. It looks a good team to me.
Here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Could play it in. Well, you could see what he was trying, but too much height on the shot. Oyarzabal. Gomez now. Bryce Mendes. Determined defending. Very effective pass to jump in front, and you have just witnessed a really high-class save.
Well, you won't see a better reaction save than that. That is a superb piece of goalkeeping.
Always difficult to predict in advance who might decide a game, but you could make a strong case for this man, I think, Stuart. What are you expecting to see from him?
Well, he's a good technical player. He can see a pass, he can beat a defender, and he's good in tight areas. He'll certainly be a joy to watch today.
Trying to really get at the opposition here. Oh, yes! You cannot strike them any better than that! Brilliant goal! Zubeldia. Subimendi. Gomez now. And Ajax recovering possession. Oyarzabal. Takefusa Kubo. Luka Sucic. Well, he successfully got past him. Odriozola. A fine block. Taylor. Klaassen has it. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Kubo. And Ajax with the ball again. Great vision to switch the play. That's a good-looking ball. Takefusa Kubo. Sucic. The ball back with Ajax now. Now doesn't get away with it. Free kick given. Couldn't get it through. Nicely timed tackle. Odriozola. And the referee blows for a foul. Excellent strike! And the free kick caught cleanly by the keeper. Kubo. What can they do from here? Behind in the game, but now they have a corner.
Well, the crowd are doing their bit. Can they find the equaliser here?
Not showing good vision. He got a good palm on it.
Well, that could have and should have been the equaliser for Real Sociedad. But what a great save that was.
Robbie. And a fine tackle. Oyarzabal. Luka Sucic. Good ball over the top. Interception to snuff out the danger. And room to roam on the wing for Ajax. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Well, constantly giving the ball away isn't going to help matters. Oyarzabal. Kubo. Very quick thinking there. Taylor. And so it is. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. Odriozola. Bryce Mendes. Subimendi. That's effective pressure high up the pitch. Oh, great vision. Sergio Gomez. Luka Sucic. Useful looking position, you've got to say. Using space on the opposite flank now. Bryce Mendes. And goes for goal! Real Sociedad unable to retain it. Oyarzabal. In possession, Mendes here. Well, he's certainly not alone. Real Sociedad unable to hold on to it. And they will be awarded a free kick for that. I think he'll be a bit cross with himself based on that free kick. Not the execution he was looking for. And a play and a Real Sociedad throw-in coming up. Odriozola. All the way out for a throw-in here.
Well, no surprise there. Real Sociedad have had more of the possession, but they've shown a real lack of invention today. One or two of their more talented players need to step up now to get them back into this game.
Well, first things first, they need the ball again. Klassen. Henderson has it. Taylor. Klassen has it. Nice looking pass. Well read to put an end to that attack. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the play.
Determined defending. Disappointing for Ajax to give it away in that fashion. Klassen. Ajax pushing forward with options available. And they couldn't keep possession. They could pick out a teammate. Klassen. Cross could be useful. And quick thinking defensively.
Well, the fans are certainly playing their part here. Just listen to this noise.
Dangerous looking attack. Well, they've solved the problem for now, but let's see. Scope to attack here for Ajax. Just narrowly off target. Oyarzabal. And Ajax with the ball once more. Excellent strike! Oh, from miles out, he's done it! How about that for a pure strike? Terrific technique! Wondrous! Subimendi. Luka Sucic. Sergio Gomez. 10 minutes left for play. Takefusa Kubo. Subimendi. In possession, Mendes here. Well, nearly there. This game almost over. And looking at the fans, Stuart, they appear to me to be more than a bit gutted.
Well, there's been a real lack of energy right from the start of the game. Certainly when they haven't had the ball. They're closing down, decision-making and recovery runs just haven't been good enough.
No-nonsense clearance. And support available. They might be able to get in now. He's in behind. Oh, good work to deny the opportunity. Corner kick played in. Disappointing delivery, sailing over everyone in the middle. Reading it well. Just missing narrowly on the volley.
Well, it's a fantastic effort. Difficult technique, but he caught it so well. He's unfortunate.
Takefusa Kubo. And defensive play to be applauded. 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. And there goes the final.
Matchday is upon us. Fans are pouring into the stadium. Anticipation has reached an all-time high. All the action here on EA TV.
Well, hello to you and welcome to another exciting game brought to you by EA TV. I'm Guy Mowbray and I'm joined by the former England striker Sue Smith for commentary, and we should have a cracking contest here. Sue, what are your expectations from this?
Well, thanks, Guy. I can't wait for this one today. The atmosphere is buzzing, and I'm hoping the football lives up to it.
Here's how the home side lines up.
It's a 4-5-1, or you could say a 4-2-3-1. This does offer plenty of threat going forward with the three behind the central striker. We may see the wide midfielders cut in and the fullbacks push on, while the defence is still protected from the two holding.
This is how Ajax line up.
Yeah, a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. A lot of coaches are adopting this nowadays, as it does give you those two holding players, while you've still got plenty of threat from the wide wingers.
This is lovely football, moving defenders around. But it was a build-up with no end product. That's perhaps unlucky, the pass played out for a throw. Good work to recover possession. A chance to get something going here. Chiquinho. That's a lovely cut inside. Good cross into the middle. And that one goes out and away. Firm in the tackle, it'll be a throw. And able to come away with the ball. And it's opened up for him. That has gone like a rocket. It's an absolutely wonderful goal. Taylor. Could be something happening for them now. Chutalo. Keeping it nicely here. But unable to find the killer pass in the end. Francisco Ortega. Chiquinho. Santiago Heze. Still ahead by one and moving the ball with purpose. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Good vision. A terrific tackle. The chance has gone. El Khabi. A move of real promise developing. Players waiting in the centre. Now, what can they do from here? Here's the shot. Excellent work in goal there. Well saved. A corner to come then, and an opportunity to extend this lead. They decide against putting it into the box. Oh, could be a chance here. Half the job done there. And that's a shame for them as the move breaks down. Ayoub El Khabi. Has the space to whip it in here. Nicely sets it up. And the cross is blocked. Ortega. Chiquinho. The ball taken away from them. This could be threatening. Ayoub El Karbi. And that's a foul and a free kick. Goes for goal! Oh, he caught that beautifully, and it's been brilliantly saved. And that'll go out for a corner. And it's on now, and that's a really good save, tipped over the bar. Decent looking attack this, and the shot thwarted. El Karbi. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Now, can he get the cross in? He's trying his luck here. Well, that's as easy as it gets for a goalkeeper. Klaassen. Brian Brobby. Played through nicely. And it's a goal, or is it? That must have been close.
Oh, it's really close. He's only just offside, guy. He needs to keep getting himself into those goal-scoring positions, though.
Brian Brobby. That's a nice forward-thinking pass. And it's offside here. And that whistle brings the first half. Off we go, the second half underway. Beautifully weighted ball. Chutalo. Berghaus. And the hard work pays off. They've won the ball. An attack of genuine promise now. Robbie. He read that well, stopping any danger. Ortega. The crowd encouraging him to take it on. Have a go here. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Well, he's made his mark on the game, proving particularly hard to play against. He's causing problems.
Yeah, he's had a really productive first half. He gave his side the lead with a tidy finish, but it's his all-round play that's been so good too. Hopefully we'll see more of that in the second half.
Martins. A decent move looked to be building, but that's it for now. Gelson Martins. Keeping it nicely here. And he'll have a go here. Back up the post. It was looking good, but there it's ended.
Well, that was close to going in, and you just think that would have given them a nice cushion to work with. As it is, though, the game's still very much in the balance.
And they could quickly be having another go here. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Great rhythm, there's a real flow here. Heze. This is a positive-looking move. Taylor. That's crossed the line, it'll be a throw. Kenneth Taylor. A really good interception to take the ball. Gelson Martins. Making decent progress here. Not a bad effort, but it's gone just wide and away. Oh, good ball in behind. Some good work to win it there. On he goes, terrific. He's come back at him to win the ball now. This could be threatening. From a long way out. And just off target.
Well, it's a respectable effort though, but still looking for that cushion here.
Can't get it through this time. Francisco Ortega. El Khabi. He's hit that well. Oh, what a good stop to keep them in this.
Well, that could have been game over. Time really against them now, though.
Oh, what a save that is. Stretching everything to keep it out. Corner to come, and a goal here would probably seal it. Could take things forward a notch here. Martins. Not so much given away as cleverly won. There's a chance for them to go now. Berghaus goes for goal. Well, in the end, it didn't give the keeper much trouble at all. Ortega. It's sloppy in possession. Chiquinho. Henderson. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Gelson Martins. And it's all over. Happy faces right around the...
Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kickoff time. Stay tuned for the live action. Well, just the sort of weather the fans were hoping for this evening. It's absolutely ideal. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, and my partner, ready to bring you all the analysis and technical talk, is Stuart Robson. And with kickoff just moments away, we really should be in for a magnificent occasion. Stuart, what are you expecting?
Thanks, Derek. Well, often we talk about the tactics, the individual players that are missing, but so often it's the mentality of the players that is key to winning any football game. Which of these teams has the right attitude today is the big question.
And here's the Roma starting 11. Gianluca Mancini plays alongside Evan Ndika in central defence. Brian Cristante starts alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield. And so many different ways to configure an attack. In this case, it'll be two men up front. And the starting 11 for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Well, when all was said and done, Stuart, he wasn't a million miles away.
No, he wasn't, because he generates so much power from that sort of distance. His technique is brilliant.
Good work from Roma to win the ball back. And moving the ball forward with genuine purpose here. Well, that was a very respectable effort from such a long way out.
Well, he hits it cleanly and it's a very good strike, but just not on target.
He has teammates around him. And the shot. Crucial piece of defending. Playing it in. On a corner like that, every goalkeeper's dream, really. Oh, he's gone for goal. Well, the goalkeeper's life wasn't made quite as difficult as might have been the case. And intercepts again. A real struggle to contain him. Able to get his body in the way. Clear to see who got the last touch. So a throw-in it'll be. Chance to cross. And a fine cross. Just knocked it out of there. Plenty of support here. But they dealt with the threat posed. He's got to have a go here. And a strong tackle. Rather congested in the middle of the park. Angelino in a position from which they could potentially do a bit of damage here. Well, they kept their shape defensively. Job done for now. Oh, good vision. Nicely timed tackle. Taylor. Wasteful from Ajax. Dolphy. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Unable to keep it again, Ajax. Shomurodov. And nicely struck. And that's a very good parry. That's effective pressure high up the pitch. Knocked away by the keeper. Ajax losing possession.
Well, I'd be surprised if Roma don't take the
Oh,
lead.
Stewart, an opportunity! Off the post and back at play. The keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. And a fine tackle. Could be threatening. And a shot from some way out. And a decent save. Full credit. Paredes. Creative look about this. And let's give credit to the defending. Very effective pass. And he takes on the shot. Oh, that's textbook goalkeeping. Who can he pick out? Well, as a defender, that will sit you down to the ground. Not to be in terms of the cross there. Goal kick coming up. Josip Schutalo. And the throw in for Roma. Now he must favour the cross. And the whistle is sound. And as the second half commences, both sides can reflect on a first half in which they were so very evenly matched. Berghuis. Klaassen. Josip Schutalo. Henderson has it. Steven Berghuis. Still pushing for the goal that would put them ahead, but not forcing it. Now what can they do from here? It should be! Oh, fine stop. Trying to pick out a teammate. Well, there's no way to escape the verdict that that was an awful corner. Attacking possibilities for Ajax, but they dealt with the threat posed. Now the counter-attack looks on. Paredes. Committed challenge. Must take the lead here. And they have. You've got to say, it has been coming. Mancini. And now Ndika. Brian Cristante. Ndika. And now with Angelino. Kone. Mancini. It's with Paredes. Brian Cristante. Paredes. Paredes. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. On a clear foul, but the referee letting the play flow. Ajax being afforded too much space here. Wonderful chance! Oh, a moment of pure class! Had to catch it perfectly, and didn't he just? Ndika. Here's Cristante. Brian Cristante. And stuffing out the danger. Ndika. It's with Ndika. It's with Paredes. 20 minutes to go. Mancini. Here's Cristante. And Mancini on the ball. Kone. Eldor Shomurodov. Well, that's how to beat your opponents. Well, it smacks into the gloves of the goalkeeper. Oh, danger here. Artem Dovbyk. Here's Cristante. This looks promising. Artem Dovbyk. And he's outdone himself. Wonderful save there. Now, options are plenty. And the keeper there to make sure nothing untoward happened. Steven Berghuis. Oh, nice ball. Opportunity to deliver the cross. Can he do it? There's still danger here. And the referee has pointed to the spot. Penalty given. And this might mean job done. And he puts it away confidently. It's a massive lead, and it's very hard to imagine them losing it now. Mehmet Zeki Çelik. Guadio Kone. Well, the game is ebbing away, and it just hasn't gone to plan for Roma, has it, Stuart?
Well, this is certainly a performance to forget because they've been totally outplayed today. How many times have they been opened up during this game? They have to defend better than this. It's been a dismal display.
Well, let's see if something comes of this. Oh, he's gone for goal. Well, the bar can be the goalkeeper's best friend. And defensive resilience there. And the fourth official confirming that we'll have one additional minute. That's a good-looking shot. Good defending. And so the referee blows for full time.
We're here to enjoy a matchup that football fans are sure to relish. Which side will step up and deliver? It's all coming up next on EA TV.
A warm welcome to Old Trafford. I'm Guy Mowbray, joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and hopefully we've got some goals and drama on the way. It's Manchester United, and they take on Ajax.
Yeah, cheers, Guy. Well, it's so loud in here, isn't it? The fans are really up for this one, and I'm sure the managers will be reminding them, remember what you need to focus on and block out all of that noise.
Here's how Manchester United line up. Andre Onana is in goal. Harry Maguire plays alongside Matthijs de Ligt in central defence, and they go with just one in attack. Fernandes. Eriksen. Bruno Fernandes. Oh, a great chance. Well, that hasn't taken long. In front already. So it's 1-0 as the ball gets rolling again. Kenneth Taylor. Larson. Taylor. Onto de Ligt. Matthijs de Ligt. Now Harry Maguire. De Ligt. Manuel Ugarte. Edging ever closer to goal here. Now, can he get the cross in? Could be a chance! The goalkeeper ready for it. Really good stop. And behind it goes for a United corner. There's Rowie. And cleared behind for another corner. Take it short. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Pushing forward now to make the right choice. Genuine chance. Manuel Ugarte. In the right position to cut out the pass. Now to deliver a good ball in. Moving the ball well in search of the equaliser, but ultimately not going anywhere with it. Rowie. Eriksen. Mazraoui. Promising looking attack from United. Not quite the accuracy he was looking for. That'll be a goal kick. United with the ball again. Out of play, throw in to come. Manuel Ugarte. Eriksen. Fernandes. And the attack is over. Really good defending. Davy Klaassen. Berghuis. And the game will stop. Offside. Fernandes. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Berghaus. Just getting bogged down a touch in midfield. And able to come away with the ball. There could be something building for United now. Berghaus. He'll take this on. Oh my goodness, what a strike. From so far out, that's absolutely sensational. De Ligt. Ugarte. Onto De Ligt. Manuel Ugarte. Nusair Mazraoui. Manuel Ugarte. Christian Eriksen. Nusair Mazraoui. Eriksen. Bruno Fernandes. And that brings to an... And we're back underway for the second 45. Josip Chotalo. Henderson. Kenneth Taylor. Klaassen. Well, you can see what he was trying with the ball over the top, but just a little too much on it in the end. Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes. This looks promising from United. Has the space to whip it in here. Moving in field here. United recovering possession well. Fernandes. Ugarte. Oh, could be a chance here. Well, of all the players we're watching today, would you agree that he'd certainly get good marks so far?
Well, he kept playing until the whistle, and there's no finer time to score. He'll just be hoping that he can carry that momentum on into the second half.
Nusair Mazraoui. Christian Eriksen. And good work to win it there. Being pressed here. Steven Berghaus. And they went too soon. It's offside. United with width here. Eriksen! It's there! And into the lead they go. So it's 2-1 as the ball gets rolling again. And a play for a throw and maybe just a lapse in concentration. Jordan Henderson. Chotalo. Klaassen. Henderson. Brobbey. Brian Brobbey. Klaassen. Henderson. Berghaus. Henderson. Struggling to keep the ball there. Eriksson. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. And that's a corner, so it could be a chance to level things. It's put into the middle, and that one should easily be cleared. United being afforded too much space here. Looking to cut inside. Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point. Decent looking attack, this. That has gone out. It'll be a throw. And that's been given away. Well, you can see what he was trying, but just a little too much on it. Bruno Fernandes. Eriksson. Eriksson. Great chance here. And there it is. He's doubled up for the day. 3-1 then as we get started again. Josip Chotalo. No need to worry about that effort for the keeper. Musaye Mazraoui. Hard work pays off. They've won the ball. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Robbie. What a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Very quick to close down. That's out of play. It'll be a throw now. Now, can he get the cross in? And the game comes to an end.
growing excitement throughout the day, and now the big kickoff is near. It's anyone's guess who'll come out on top in this colossal game, but a thrilling encounter can practically be guaranteed. Good evening. Tonight the spotlight falls on North London. We find ourselves at the home of Arsenal. I'm Derek Ray, in position to bring you live match commentary, and my expert analyst, as always on these occasions, is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. What might we see today, Stuart?
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And this is the Arsenal starting 11. Declan Rice starts alongside Thomas Partey in the centre of midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. This is the lineup for the visitors today. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Denzel Dumfries starts with Federico Di Marco in the fullback positions. Nicolo Barella plays with Henrik Mkhitaryan in the centre of midfield. And in attack, Marcus Thuram plays alongside Lautaro Martinez. And a creative look about this. Has a go! Strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Declan Rice. Gabriel Martinelli. And return to Martinelli. Oh, dealt with by the goalkeeper. Di Marco. Well, the referee wasn't going to let that go. It's a neat move. Can he do it from miles out? Oh, my goodness! What an outrageous hit! I can't believe he took it on from there, and neither can the goalkeeper. Thomas Partey. Kivior. Urian Timber. Bukayo Saka. Partey. Timber. Thomas Partey. Martinelli. Arsenal pushing forward with options available. Martin Ødegaard. Federico Di Marco. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Martinez. Thuram. He read the situation defensively and did his job.
Well, they're showing a completely different approach to this game here. They're now switching the play quickly, getting the wide players more involved, and they're looking to use the full width of the pitch.
Throw-ins given. Mkhitaryan. Federico Di Marco. Now with Mkhitaryan. Return to Barella. Well, just over the crossbar. Excellent effort. Declan Rice. Giving the ball to the opposition that time. Arsenal unable to retain possession. Francesco Acerbi. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Barella. Henrik Mkhitaryan. Effective work from Arsenal to regain possession. And the referee allowing the play to flow. Thuram. Barella has it. Showing good defensive judgment. Saka. Veering in field here. Martinelli. Can he take the chance? Couldn't grab hold of it. Well, the danger is on, but just a fraction offside. Martinez. How can they make something happen? That's eyes for goal! Well, just on target, but it goes down as a chance to extend their lead.
Well, it was a decent effort, but in the end, not quite good enough, was it?
Would be a bit annoyed to have lost the ball. Çalhanoğlu. Thuram. And a goal! Cause for celebrations again. Two in front. Thomas Partey. Kivior. Partey. Jakub Kivior. William Saliba. Timber. Saka. Nice switch of play. Well, that's going to be all. And the second half has begun here in North London. Dumfries. Çalhanoğlu. Strong but fair tackle. Declan Rice. Advantage, Arsenal. Martin Ødegaard. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Mkhitaryan. And it's with Dumfries. And fine work from Arsenal to win it back. Dumfries. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Trossard. Rice. And under pressure, that was a fine claim. Çalhanoğlu. On to Mkhitaryan. Can they create something from here? Marcus Thuram. Now with Mkhitaryan. Barella. Well, nothing productive, really. Bukayo Saka. And into the last 30 minutes now. Thuram. Now with Martinez. And you can sense the threat is there. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Trossard. And he has options available. But really sticking to their task defensively. Thuram. Ball with Martinez. Martinez. Just the challenge that was required. Trossard. And promising stuff from Arsenal. The cross is on. Martinelli. A chance to eat into their lead. A goal! And it's very much game on here. On they go again. And that goal for Arsenal means they can now entertain thoughts of perhaps drawing level. Hanging on to the ball in this fashion suits them. Barella. On to Mkhitaryan. Pavard. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Çalhanoğlu. Barella has it. Well, passing moves like this will build confidence. Dumfries. Now with Mkhitaryan. Must be. And a goal! They've added to the lead. Much needed security. William Saliba. Thomas Partey. Kivior. Partey. Jakub Kivior. Gabriel Martinelli. Rice with it. Martinelli. Oh, that's a really good run. Who can he pick out? Ødegaard could reduce the deficit, and he does. There is hope for them, despite the adversity they suffered earlier. Alessandro Bastoni. Well, a growing sense of frustration. Just can't get near the ball. Barella. And Pavard on the ball. Dumfries. Barella has it. And it's with Dumfries. Henrik Mkhitaryan. Barella. Acerbi. Barella has it. Mkhitaryan. It's with Acerbi. In a position from which they could potentially do a bit of damage here. Dumfries. Now with Thuram. Mkhitaryan. He'll have a go here. And just missing the target. Still in front, though.
Well, it was certainly close, you have to say that, but not quite close enough.
Martinelli. Rice with it. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. They have to show a commitment to attack Arsenal in these trying circumstances. Partey. This could be the equaliser. Late drama here. Level once more. Incredible scenes.
There have been days of eager anticipation prior to this massive clash. But now we need talk about it no more, and instead focus on the here and now. A match that has the capacity.
A very warm welcome from Munich. I'm Guy Mowbray, and Sue Smith is alongside me for commentary, and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. What are we going to get from this one, Sue?
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
Çalhanoğlu. This is today's Bayern Munich starting lineup. Manuel Neuer is in goal. Leon Goretzka starts alongside Joshua Kimmich in central midfield, and the main striker is Harry Kane. This is the visitors' team for today. Jan Sommer is in goal. Francesco Acerbi starts with Benjamin Pavard as fullbacks. Nicolo Barella plays alongside Hakan Çalhanoğlu in central midfield, and they're going with 2 men leading the line. Lyman. Now Kimmich. Goretzka. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Flag up here, offside. Lyman. Underway once more, and the onus is on Bayern Munich to find a response. Lyman. Now Goretzka. Leroy Sané. Poor distribution from the keeper. Musiala. To Lyman. Goretzka. This looks promising from Bayern, but not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. The hard work pays off. They won the ball. Oh, good strike! Oh, what a save that is. Stretching everything to keep it out. And the corner is fired in and cleared well away from goal. That has gone like a rocket. It's an absolutely wonderful goal. Goretzka. Olise. Leroy Sané. Kim. Jamal Musiala. Musiala. Michael Olise. Now with Kimmich. Sané. Kane. Kimmich. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Beautifully weighted ball. And that's nice and easy for the goalkeeper. Oh, excellent vision. Gonna try his luck. And it's not far away. It deserved a goal.
It did, and he makes it look so easy, and it's not. It's a great technique. Catches it nice, but he just can't quite find the target.
Dumfries. Hakan Çalhanoğlu. Good vision. At first, he's head to it, but has put it over by a fair bit. Martinez. Bayern Munich have the ball again. Hey! It's in! And this game isn't lost or won just yet. We're back underway. Can Bayern Munich find another goal? Alessandro Bastoni. They have the lead and they're happy just to play keep ball. Pavard. Now Mkhitaryan. Calhanoglu. Mkhitaryan. Untidy in possession there. Mkhitaryan. Hakan Calhanoglu. Lovely ball, this could lead to something. And that one's gone straight behind. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Varela. It doesn't get far. And they've got themselves a corner now. Oh, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. And that whistle. Ball rolling again. With Bayern Munich needing to find a route back into the game. Lautaro Martinez. Marcus Thuram. Well, it has to be perfectly struck from that distance, and that wasn't.
It wasn't. He certainly got the confidence to have a go from there, but he gets it all wrong. It's miles away from the target.
Goretzka. Jamal Musiala. Space out wide for Bayern. Michael Olise. Leroy Sané. Guerrero. Not so much given away as cleverly won. There's a chance for the breakaway here. Oh, late pass or slow getting back. Offside either way.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. You've got to give him time to get back on side. Surely he can see what's going on.
Varela. Promising looking ball. Looks a good ball. Oh, offside. A really tight one.
How close was that? Looked like he was going to be through on goal, but he's just offside. I'm sure he'll keep making those runs though.
That has stopped any potential danger. The counter looks on here. Options available. Well, it was a real chance, but it's gone now. Harry Kane is asking plenty of questions of defenders. When doesn't he? It's certainly been difficult to contain.
Yeah, he's played pretty well, to be fair. He's looked confident and assured on the ball. Going to need to see an improvement elsewhere on the pitch, though, if they're going to turn this around.
Good work to recover possession. Could be something building for Bayern here. Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point. Calhanoglu. And the flag goes up for offside.
Well, it's sloppy, isn't it? Just needs to hold on to it a little longer. Give him time to get back on side.
Lautaro Martinez. This might be promising. Oh, offside. That must have been close.
It was. That's so unlucky. A really tight call. Great movement, so he'll be frustrated. But it was the right decision.
Kane. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Martinez. Di Marco. Lautaro Martinez. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Bayern moving the ball forward with purpose. Kane. Arne. Surely the equaliser. And that was probably the right pass, but hit with too much on it. They've given it away here. Marcus Thuram. El Mkhitaryan. Turnaround in possession, excellent positioning. Lautaro Martinez. Moving forward under no real pressure. A terrific effort, and the woodwork has been shaken.
This is so unlucky. It's such a long way from goal. He took the opportunity and nearly got his reward. So close.
Move of real promise developing. Jamal Musiala. Kane. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. Nicolo Barella.
Well, just listen to the fans. They're in great voice. That's going to motivate them for one last push to get something from the game. They just need to keep creating chances.
That's been cleared away. Still pushing forward in search of the equaliser. Of the game to win the ball.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere in here. The fans are doing their bit, trying to spur them on to this equaliser.
Musiala. And he'll take this on. And that's a decent save, at least certainly made to look that way. Time very much ebbing away. It's starting to feel like it's now or never. Well, that's a little embarrassing. Goal kick to come. Arne. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Guerrero. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. And that's the final whistle, not the result Bayern were hoping for.
The atmosphere is building as two sides worthy of the biggest stage get ready to clash in front of a packed stadium. All the action here on EA TV.
A warm welcome from Bavaria in the shadow of the Alps. I'm Guy Mowbray, joined for commentary by Sue Smith, and it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Bayern Munich, and they take on Paris Saint-Germain.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. We just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
This is today's Bayern Munich starting lineup. Manuel Neuer is in goal. Leon Goretzka starts alongside Joshua Kimmich in central midfield. And the main striker is Harry Kane. Here's how PSG line up. Gianluigi Donnarumma is in goal. Nuno Mendes starts with Achraf Hakimi as fullbacks. Vitinha plays alongside Fabian in the middle of the park. And they go with a single striker leading the line. Kane, weighted beautifully. Now urging him to shoot. He to stay patient here. Well, a chance might have developed, but not now. And there it is! 1-0 already! So the ball moving again. Will there be a quick reply from PSG? Vitinha. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. Onto Marquinhos. Hakimi. A little bit of extra on the pass, and it means it's gone out for a throw. Harry Kane. Well, it would have been a lovely ball with just a little less on it. Vitinha. Onto Dembele. Bayern come away with it. Sane. And he'll have a go here. Vision in that pass. Goes for goal. Oh, yes! As clean a strike as you'll ever see. What a goal! Leon Goretzka. Kimmich. Michael Olise. Onto Goretzka. Olise. Musiala. Lyman. Kimmich. Leroy Sané. Kim Min-jae. Onto Goretzka. Olise. Vitinha. PSG being afforded too much space here. Well, that has to be a booking. That was quite deliberate. He's got behind it! Oh, great technique and accuracy, but the keeper able to turn it away. Dembele played into the penalty area. And it's cleared away from goal. Really good interception to take the ball. Vitinha. Still all square. Can they make this pressure count? Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Oh, not happy with the challenge, but the game goes on. Now, can he get the crossing? Guerrero. looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. Mendes. Ball back with PSG now. Nicely sets it up. That's going to be a free kick, and in a promising position too. Easy as it gets for a goalkeeper. Now there could be a chance to counter. Some good work to win it there. Now there could be something on in a moment. Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point. Villarreal. Lovely ball, could be a chance. Really good pass. Vitinha. And there it is. Oh, but the flag goes up. It's not going to count.
Well, it looked close, didn't it? He certainly thought so as well. And he's making that clear to the assistant.
Mendes. Holding it nicely, waiting for the chance to get themselves in front. Shot stopped in its tracks. Hakimi. Fabian. Dembele. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. That'll do it. The end of the first 40. The ball is rolling and the second half is underway. Vitinha. Mendes. Now Goretzka. Sane. The pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Hakimi. Now to deliver a good ball in. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. Takes that wide for Bayern. Good pressure this, high up the pitch. Villarreal. PSG pushing forward with options available. Just needs the composure now. It's there, and into the lead they go. And we're back underway at 2-1 now. Kimmich. Rafael Guerreiro. Onto Goretzka. A lack of concentration there, given away. Vitinha. Nuno Mendes. Hakimi. All good football from them here. A chance to move clear, maybe. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. There's a chance for them to go now. Hakimi. That is a great challenge. Sane. It's a pretty poor error, to be honest. Didn't have to do that. Rafael Guerreiro. Now with Kimmich. And it's in! Oh no, it won't count for anything.
How close was that? You've got to feel for him. It's a composed finish as well.
That's not a bad looking ball. Bayern Munich have it back now. Jamal Musiala. Rafael Guerreiro. Sane. And the attack is over. Really good defending. Fabian. Counter-attack coming. Away they go. Chance to cross here. Dembele. Weighted beautifully. Another goal! And it's one that tightens their grip on this game. Tim. Rafael Guerreiro. Now Goretzka. Guerreiro. Goretzka. Kim. Onto Goretzka. Kim Min-jae. Kimmich. The defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. PSG with width here. Vitinha. And the forward progress continues. Fabian. Onto Dembele. Hakimi. Bayern regaining possession. They could get caught out on the break here. Down nicely and in. Still a chance off the keeper. Well, it comes to nothing in the end. Achraf Hakimi. He looks the right ball. Hard work pays off. They won the ball. Space now to get a crossover. Genuine chance. And the flag goes up for offside.
Well, it's sloppy, isn't it? Just needs to hold on to it a little longer. Give him time to get back on side.
Could be a chance. But it's travelled straight into the goalkeeper's gloves. And you can see what he was trying, but just a little too much on it. Nuno Mendes. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Good ball in behind. Just needs the composure now. It's in. Now have they got the belief and the time to get another? Marquinhos. And that is the final.
Days of anticipation have led up to this, an occasion when...
A very warm welcome from Munich. I'm Guy Mowbray to bring you commentary along with England legend Sue Smith, and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's Bayern Munich and they take on Real Madrid.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
This is today's Bayern Munich starting lineup. Manuel Neuer is in goal. Leon Goretzka starts alongside Joshua Kimmich in central midfield. And the main striker is Harry Kane. This is the Real Madrid starting lineup. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Rodrigo plays with Vinicius Junior in the wide positions. And the main man up front is Kylian Mbappe. Real pushing forward with options available. But that's where any chance of anything developing disappears. Both sides having a hard time keeping the ball at the moment. Playing his luck. I'm sure he thought he'd scored there. Great goalkeeping. Over it comes. And they're not going to benefit from a decent passage of play. It's a challenge that's brought a whistle and a free kick. We all know how difficult it can be to contain Leroy Sané when he's at his very best. What's he going to give us today, Sue?
Well, he's just such an intelligent footballer. The little give and goes, the quick movements, his ability to control a game. I absolutely love watching him play.
Rodrigo. Now Vazquez. Oh, great work. What's next? And the cross is blocked. Goes for goal! And the ball is still alive. Valverde. Tchouaméni. And that is a quality bit of goalkeeping.
You just wonder how long before they take the lead here. They're certainly piling on the pressure. They just need that clinical finish now.
No time to think about what might have been there, though. He's hit that well! But it's travelled straight into the goalkeeper's glove. Mbappe. Real moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Oh, he's done well to get past his man. And good work from the keeper to get across and deal with the danger. Delivered into the box. Oh, superb technique, but the woodwork spoiling the party.
Oh, it's so difficult to get that on target. He's done fantastically well. Can count himself unlucky there.
Harry Kane. Good work from Real Madrid to win the ball back. Rodrigo. And that has stopped any potential danger.
As you can see by the stats, Real Madrid have dominated possession over these last 15 minutes. They've been bossing the play in the middle of the park, set up some really good chances, and if they continue the same way, the goal must come soon.
And here they go again, trying to make something happen. Hard work pays off, they won the ball. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Nicely played. Federico Valverde. Rodrigo. Well, ambitious effort. And that's pretty straightforward for the keeper. Weighted ball. That's a good tackle and a throw in to come. Space out wide for Real. Having a try. But well watched by the goalkeeper and not one for the highlights. And that could now come back very quickly. Vinicius Junior. Now it needs a good ball in. Having a try. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Lucas Vazquez. On to Valverde. Good work to regain possession. Played through nicely. And what superb reading of the game by the man in goal. Federico Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Nicely played through. Mbappe. Untidy in possession there. Mbappe. Going to be it for the first 40. There's the first kick of the second half with the deadlock yet to be broken. Kimmich. Guerrero. Now Kimmich. Goretzka. Rafael Guerrero. Now with Kimmich. It's nice possession. Is there a goal to take the lead coming? Could be dangerous. Real have it back now. Could be a chance! Well, it looked promising, but it hasn't proved to be much of a test. Fantastic looking ball. But no, just offside.
I thought he timed his run perfectly here. Incredibly close. But just about the correct decision, I think.
Olise. It's sloppy in possession. Vinicius Junior has done well to get past his marker. He takes aim. Oh, superb save. He's done so well to keep that out. Oh, good strike. Oh, it was a why not moment that. And he wasn't far away.
Well, he's certainly full of confidence to attempt a shot from there, and it's really close to going in.
The line, it'll be a throw. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Real Madrid come away with it. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. It's got to be special from there. Oh, so close at the end of it all.
It's a really quick counter-attack that was. They moved the ball with pace to get them up the pitch so quickly. Created a great opportunity. Just couldn't quite put the ball in the back of the net.
Real Madrid trying to get things moving. Good ball in behind. He's put it away, but the celebrations will stop there.
Oh, that was so tight. You can see how frustrated he is, but he did finish it off well.
Aurelien Tchouameni. On to Bellingham. Good work to recover possession. Kane. Musiala. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. And that's good goalkeeping in a difficult situation. Cross into the middle. For the lead here. And it was made easy for the goalkeeper.
He's got to do better there. It's such a simple save from the goalie, isn't it?
Well read to gain possession. Leroy Sané. Bayern exploiting the space on the flank. Kane. They're just looking now for that final pass through. They might have to regroup here, having lost the ball. Could be something on. Now a sense that something could happen from this. Oh, what a really good save that was.
You can see the chemistry that this back line have. It's a huge stop and they know it.
It's put into the middle. Kylian Mbappe. Good vision. That is a quality bit of goalkeeping. And that's a corner. It could be decisive. Rodrigo. It's played into the box. That's been cleared away.
Well, what an atmosphere inside here. The fans are really getting behind them. They want to win this as much as the players. There's so much time left now.
Now, if they score from this, they'll surely win the game. He's on for the shot! Oh, good save to keep it all square.
Well, at this stage of the game, that's a vital stop. It's fantastic work from the keeper.
It's gone behind. Chance gone. Attack over. Jude Bellingham. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Musiala, what a chance! And the attack is over. Really good defending. And the flag's up. That is quite clearly offside. There could be a chance to win the game here. Oh, excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising looking attack. And that's a corner, and it could provide the winning moment. And the referee's whistle.
Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Welcome everyone on a perfect night for football with the floodlights beaming down. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, ready to provide all the technical and tactical analysis, is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It is Bayern Munich, and they take on Arsenal.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
And so the starting 11 for Bayern. Manuel Neuer begins in goal. Joshua Kimmich plays with Leon Goretzka in the centre of midfield. And the centrepiece of the attack today is Harry Kane.
Can he finish it, Derek?
And a goal it is! No long wait for the opener today. Guerrero. Using space on the opposite flank now. Direct ball into the box. Well, he dealt with that ball played in rather well. Sociedad. Martinelli. Thomas Partey. And Arsenal now find themselves in potentially a dangerous position. And teammates to play it to. And they keep the ball moving. Opportunity it is. And he's made it a brace for himself. The defender's just not able to stay with him. And he's having a field day. Good weight on that pass. Guerrero. Really the high percentage option to try your luck from there.
Well, his teammates aren't particularly happy. He was never going to score from there.
Gabriel Martinelli. Martin Ødegaard. Arsenal have it back. And teammates around him. To the box. That's the minute. Well, driven fiercely against the frame of the goal.
Well, he struck it well enough, but that has to go down as a big miss.
Harry Kane. Kane. Sloppy in possession from Bayern. Given away again. Martinelli. Making progress. And veering in. Oh, keeper dealt with it. Good ball to switch the play. Well, possibilities in the centre. Oh, a magnificent hit from there. And unfortunate to be denied by the woodwork.
Well, good technique. He hit it with such power, and you're absolutely right. He's so unlucky.
This looks more than decent. Trossard. Well, he passed the power test. Shame about the accuracy. Keeper not concentrating. Ødegaard. Now he must play with the cross. Oh, good work to deny the opportunity. And firing it towards goal on the volley could have gone in.
Well, that's a big chance. Yes, it's on the volley, but I think he should score there.
The keeper was never likely to be in trouble then. Saka. The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Martin Ødegaard. Arsenal being afforded too much room. Speculative effort here. Well, that was a very respectable effort from such a long way out.
Well, he hits it cleanly, and it's a very good strike, but just not on target.
And the keeper not thinking it through. Sociedad. Just mistimed his run, and the flag going up. Plenty of support here. Martinelli, he's going to have a go here. Well, he was a long way from goal, but that didn't seem to bother him.
Well, he won't strike a football much better than that. That certainly had the keeper worried.
Well, not smooth, but fiercely competitive in midfield. Olise. Kane. And no way through. Now, can they hit them on the counter? Have to pay attention defensively. Ødegaard. Has eyes for goal. Thwarting him. A glorious chance. And he's only gone and made it a hat-trick. Absolutely unplayable today. What a performance. Holgard Leiber. The stoppage time situation. 1 minute here. Kimmich. And it's opening up. A goal! He's dispatched it, much to the sheer delight of the fans. So into the second half, and Bayern left with a real mountain to climb after what happened in the first 45. Musiala. Goretzka has it now. Arsenal did well to win back possession. Kivior. It's with Ødegaard. Trossard. Oh, good-looking run. Rice. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Sané takes on the shot and fired against the crossbar. Well, it comes to nothing in the end.
Well, they just can't get back into this game. The woodwork on that occasion just denying them.
Well, they have to have that sense of self-belief. It could happen for them. And he takes it on. And the deflection behind them for the corner. And there's the delivery. It wasn't the easiest header to control, but still he'll be a bit disappointed. Urian Timber. And dribbling with it, but out of play. From a long way out. Well, shooting like that isn't going to live long in the memory.
Well, poor decision, bad technique, and a waste of a very good situation.
Martinelli. That's useful play. Spot on with that tackle. Musiala. Keeping it on the ground, slightly off target, however.
Well, as you can see, Arsenal have had most of the ball. They've passed it well, their movement's been good, and they've been well worth their lead. Could get even better here.
Looked as though there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending. Martin Ødegaard. Now, counter-attacking possibilities here. And it fizzled out. Quite possibly card as their flow was stopped. Saka. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Martinelli. Can he make it count? In it goes! A 3-goal cushion. This is astonishing stuff. Guerrero. Goretzka has it now. Kim. And Kimmich couldn't keep it. And support available. That's a lovely ball. 20 minutes to go. Martin Ødegaard. Saka. Well, Bayern Munich have possession again. Guerrero. Has eyes for goal. The crossbar got in the way. Michael Olise. The attack carried an initial threat but fizzled out. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. That's a good-looking shot. Oh, a clinical counter-attack, and so close to a goal.
Well, that's exactly what they're looking to do. Force the turnover and then break at pace. So close to a very good goal.
And no foul in the referee's opinion. Partey. It's with Ødegaard. Now we're inside the final 10 minutes in this one. Well, he was a long way from goal, but that didn't seem to bother him.
Well, he won't strike a football much better than that. That certainly had the keeper worried.
Timber. Bukayo Saka. Now, options are plenty. Giving them a different option by moving in field. Partey. Rice with it. Nicely timed tackle. Nice looking move this. An intervention just then amid impending danger. Did his job defensively. Counter-attacking chance. Great strong tackle. Throw in forthcoming. William Saliba. Just 1 minute of stoppage time, say the officials. Well, a growing sense of frustration. Just can't get near the ball. The final whistle then, and...
Two sides ready to give it their all in what promises to be 90 minutes of end-to-end football. Stay with us for every kick of the ball.
Well, conditions really couldn't be any better here tonight. A very warm welcome to you on this fine evening. I'm Guy Mowbray, joined for commentary by Sue Smith, and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. How do you see this one going then, Sue?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
Here's how the home side lines up. Jan Sommer is in goal. Denzel Dumfries starts with Federico Di Marco in the fullback positions. Nicolo Barella plays alongside Hakan Çalhanoğlu in central midfield, and they're playing with two strikers in attack. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. This is how Arsenal line up. Martin Ødegaard plays alongside Thomas Partey in the middle of the park, and they go with just one in attack. Can he finish? It's 1-0. The first blow struck very early. Mkhitaryan. Benjamin Pavard. Çalhanoğlu. Now Mkhitaryan. Barella. Mkhitaryan. Nice possession. Well, nothing to get excited about at the end of it. That will be a throw-in now. Hakan Çalhanoğlu. And it's a wild attempt from range, not one for the highlights.
Oh, it's a poor choice. He's got other options on. Why is he shooting from that sort of distance?
Gabriel Martinelli. Wasteful from Arsenal. This is a positive-looking move. Dumfries. Chance to cross here. Looking for an angle here. And it's gone behind for a corner. It's a short one. Oh, great block. Cleared behind for another corner. Corner hasn't amounted to much. Dumfries. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Could take things forward a notch here. And it just didn't happen for them. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Declan Rice. More good football from them here. A chance to move clear, maybe. The goalkeeper ready for it. Really good stop. Mkhitaryan. Di Marco. Nicolo Barella. Marcus Thuram. Barella. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Dumfries. Looking to put the cross in. Martinez. And it's not missed by that much.
Well, that's not far away, is it? It's a good effort. They've just got to keep going, and I'm sure they'll get the equaliser.
Leandro Trossard. Out for a throw with a little deflection on its way. Sloppy in possession from Arsenal. Saka, and the attack is over. Really good defending. The effort shut out. A chance to draw level from this corner, perhaps. They could still do something here. Marcus Thuram. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. Dumfries. Martinez. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Henrik Mkhitaryan. Good work to regain possession. Play continues as the ref lets that go. Rice, genuine chance, and he's done really well to keep that out. Marcus Thuram. Really good pass. Martinelli. And that whistle. The ball is rolling and the second half is underway. Hakan Çalhanoğlu. Barella. Çalhanoğlu. Keeping it nicely, waiting for the chance to draw level. Martinez. Making decent progress here. The crowd urging him to shoot. Well, when the fans want you to shoot, it's tempting to do so, but he might think twice next time.
Not the best effort, to be fair. It did open up for him, he had the space, just seemed to snatch at the shot though.
Ødegaard. Great chance here. Oh, the build-up was lovely. The way it's ended, not so good.
Well, that was such an important save. Trying to claw back a 2-goal deficit would have been so difficult. Maybe a turning point in the game.
Well, he really wound that up, but he was very close to scoring.
So unlucky not to score. I didn't think he'd shoot from there, but nearly got his rewards.
Jurrien Timber. Saka. Well, he's certainly had a decent game so far, or maybe better than that. I think it's fair to say he hasn't disappointed. And a really good bit of goalkeeping to keep that out. So the chance now to extend the lead from this corner. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. They could get caught out on the break here. He's hit that well. Oh my goodness, what a strike. From so far out, that's absolutely sensational. Partey. Now Saliba. Gabriel Martinelli. Played to Martinelli. Martinelli.
Well, it does look like they've changed tactics a bit here. You can tell by the position of the wingers. They're holding their width, hoping to create some gaps in between. They'll need to move the ball quickly, though, to be successful.
Arsenal moving the ball well with real confidence. Martinelli. Not forcing the issue, moving the ball nicely. Odegaard. Looking for an angle here. Rice. Real opportunity. Went for it, and it wasn't a bad try. It's been hammered just wide.
Just take a look at the stats. They'll certainly be happy with the build-up play and the chances that they're creating, but it's about being clinical in front of goal now and making those opportunities count.
Well, winning the ball is the first part of the puzzle to solve here. And that's pretty straightforward for the keeper. Odegaard, given away by Arsenal. From a long way out. Oh, yes! As clean a strike as you'll ever see. What a goal! Declan Rice. Now Saliba. Thomas Partey. Martin Odegaard. On to Bukayo Saka. Partey. Played to Martinelli. Rice. Now, can he get the cross in? And the forward progress continues. Rice. A terrific tackle. The chance has gone. Martinez. Saka. How to play. Throw in to come. Space now to get a crossover. Rice. Chance for the equaliser. Well, not the easiest of saves, but you'd expect him to probably stop that. That's a corner. The look at the clock tells them that it has to be a good one. Now, what can they do from here? And this could be late drama here. All square once again, and no wonder they're off celebrating. Bastoni. Francesco Acerbi. Now Mkhitaryan. Nicolo Barella. Hakan Çalhanoğlu. On to Dumfries. Henrik Mkhitaryan. Promising move this. A goal now would surely be the winner. Marco. Barella. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Could be dangerous. Oh, super challenge. He stopped a certain goal. And the referee's whistle.
sides ready to give it their all in what promises to be 90 minutes.
Welcome to Madrid's magnificent Estadio Metropolitano. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and we've got action from La Liga EA Sports on the way. It's Atletico Madrid, and they face Villarreal.
Well, thanks, Guy. I can't wait for this one today. The atmosphere is buzzing, and I'm hoping the football lives up to it.
Here's how Atletico Madrid line up. Jan Oblak is in goal. Jose Maria Jimenez starts alongside Clement Longley as the centre-backs. And in attack, Julian Alvarez starts alongside Antoine Griezmann. This is the Villarreal team.
Yeah, it looks like the same system, and the battle will certainly be in those midfield areas where they're matched up numerically. I'm sure the manager will be emphasising they've got to win those individual battles.
Now a sense that something could happen from this. Can he finish? And there it is! The opening goal, and what a bright start it's been! Longley. Now Jimenez. Marcos Llorente. Now Longley. Decent looking attack, this. Really good pass. To square things up. It might still happen. Could take things forward a notch here. And they've got it back now.
Well, they're still behind, but it's not for the one to try in. I'm sure if they get another opportunity soon, they'll take it.
Well, end-to-end stuff as they're forced to track back. Genuine chance. No problem at all in keeping that one out. Marcos Llorente. Griezmann now. Moving the ball around well here. Alvarez. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Perez. Yeremy Pino. And that was not a good effort, nor a good choice.
Oh, that's a poor attempt, that. He had other options. And you can see his teammates are frustrated with him for attempting that.
Antoine Griezmann. The ball taken away from them. Perez. Coming back to get involved. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. Antoine Griezmann. Goes for goal! Tremendous! That has been absolutely thundered home! Jimenez. Now Longley. Lino. Galan. Samuel Lino. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Parejo. Yeremy Pino. Santi Comesaña. Jose Perez. bit sloppy in possession. Real opportunity. Terrific. Another goal. What a scoreline this is for them. Gala. Onto De Paul. Longley. Jimenez. Lino. Rodrigo De Paul. A really good interception to take the ball. Parejo. Jose Perez. Alex Baena. Yeremy Pino. That set up the chance. Off the crossbar. Well, it was looking good, but there it's ended. Making decent progress here. There's the whistle. The second half underway. And a huge task ahead for Atletico Madrid. Longley. Gala. Now Longley. Samuel Lino. Longley. Onto De Paul. Lino. A lot of room for Atletico now. Looking to create an angle. De Paul. Alvarez. And Atletico come away with the ball. But they're not quite in sync there, it's offside.
Well, he's got to do better there. He's got to realise the situation and keep hold of the ball a bit longer so that he can get back onside.
Parejo. And it's opened up for him. Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the best option. Close, though.
Well, he surprised everyone, including me. It's a decent effort, you've got to say.
And able to come away with the ball. Yeremy Pino. Parejo. And it's opened up! Oh, superb save. He's done so well to keep that out. Played towards the edge of the penalty area. Oh, that was a decent position, but he went to whack it. Wrong choice.
Just look at the stats. They show just how dominant they've been. Created so many good chances and winning comfortably. The defence have struggled to cope, and I'm sure we're going to see a change soon, or this could be humiliating.
Their effortless control of the game goes on. And it's being passed around, but nobody wants to keep it. He's asked plenty of questions of the back line. It's certainly been difficult to contain.
Yeah, he's played well, hasn't he? Obviously took his goal well, but his overall performance has been impressive too. Hopefully he can maintain that level in the second half.
A free kick awarded here. The refs viewed that as a foul. Lino. Perez. Kiko Femenia. Jose Perez. Oh, late pass or slow getting back. Offside either way.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. You've got to give him time to get back on side. Surely he can see what's going on.
Good work to regain possession. Julian Alvarez. Jeremy Pino. From a long way out, and that's a really good save, tipped over the bar. Delivered to the edge of the box. And that's a great bit of goalkeeping, that's what he's there for. Fired to the edge of the box. Oh, good strike! And there won't be any rebounds there. Jose Jimenez. Samuel Lino. Well read to gain possession. Now, this might be promising. Pino. That's a good ball. Went for it, and it wasn't a bad try. It's been hammered just wide. Samuel Lino. It's in! A well-taken goal, and no wonder he's off celebrating. Parejo. Well, you can sense the frustration growing. They just can't get near the ball. Parejo. Kiko Femenia. Pino. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. This could be dangerous. And a really good bit of goalkeeping to keep that out. Can he finish? And a goal to take them even further clear. Signing off in style. Longley. Now Jimenez. Gala. Now Longley. Rodrigo de Paul. Llorente now. There is the final whistle.
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Hello and welcome to a delightful part of Spain. We're here by the Mediterranean at the Estadio de la Ceramica. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical analysis is Stuart Robson. And action coming up from the Spanish top division, La Liga. It's Villarreal against Atletico Madrid.
Well, thanks, Derek. The best coach I played under would always tell us before kick-off, earn the right to play. If you can win your individual battles, outrun your opponent, eventually you'll get the space to show your ability. I'm sure that's being echoed by the coaches here today.
The initial 11 today for the hosts.
Well, for a while, everybody played with a 4-4-2, and it can still be a very good system. But it does rely very much on your front two getting the better of their markers, and the wide midfield players being good in 1v1 situations. Let's hope they play it well today.
Crossing possibilities. That's a good-looking pass. Splendid defending. And this is the starting lineup for Atletico. Jan Oblak is the preferred keeper. Jose Maria Jimenez plays alongside Clément Lenglet in central defence. And up front, a real opening now. A truly magnificent start. An early goal in the game, just what they were hoping to produce. Alvarez. And now this is Lenglet. Jimenez. Lenglet. Samuel Lino. De Paul. Lino. Options in the centre. Necessarily favourite to win that challenge. Lino. Chance to play it in. Oh, that's a really good run. It has to be. He got a good palm on it.
Well, that certainly looked like being the equaliser for Atletico, but they've just been thwarted by a brilliant save. Mind you, you do sense a goal is coming now.
Well, unlucky perhaps to be denied, but they've now got to think about defending. Just the challenge that was required. Alvarez. Parejo. Oh, a good diving save. And he read it well. The referee has decided to give the free kick to Atletico. Barry. Now what can they do from here? Samuel Lino. De Paul. Could be threatening. Opportunity here. And they've done it. A goal for Atletico, who now are level. Santi Comesaña. It's with Parejo. Kiko Femenia. Alex Baena. Kiko Femenia with it. It's with Parejo. Well, the fans really want him to shoot. What a block! And it was a poor attempt, and a goal kick it is. And given away by Atletico. Is it going to end up being productive for them? Nicely blocked. Alvarez. That's very effective use of advantage in favour of Atletico. It's opening up for them. Failure to keep the ball by Atletico. Yeremy. Jose Perez. And support available. Giving it a try. And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. And over comes the corner. And a relatively straightforward save for the keeper. Longley. The cross is on. Griezmann. Can they forge ahead? They do. And you've got to say they're good value for the lead. Well, there it is. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. And back now with Costa. In possession, Femenia. Parejo. Kiko Femenia with it. Santi Comesaña. Yeremy. And that was a very fine read. Samuel Lino. Rodrigo de Paul. And a really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. It's going to be an Atletico throw-in. Griezmann. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Alvarez. Comfortable on the ball, moving it forward here, Atletico. Will it be? Raúl Albiol gets in the way. And angling it back. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. Well, Antoine Griezmann, so far, you've got to say, excelling out there, Stuart.
Well, what a first half.
No shortage of excitement. Level again. No wonder they're excited. Longley. Jimenez. And now this is Longley. Marcos Llorente. "30 minutes to go then. Griezmann. Options in the middle. Griezmann. Well, all doing their bit to keep them out. And Barry. Yeremy. Now, who can he play it to? An Atletico throw-in coming up here. Well, a disappointing throw-in there. Alex Baena. Here's Alvarez. Still on level terms, moving the ball nicely. Might work out. Well, highly inventive, and it wasn't far away. Parejo. 20 minutes remaining. Jose Perez. Now, what can they do from here? Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the high percentage option. Close, though, Stuart.
Well, he did have options, but that was a good effort in the end. He wasn't too far away, was he?
Atletico have given it away. Barry. Fluency of movement. Jose Perez! Well, he's placed it wide. Really close shave. Rodrigo de Paul. Javi Galan. Samuel Lino. And here they come now. Atletico looking for a late winner. Accurate pass upon accurate pass. Atletico might be able to cash in here. Marcos Llorente. Well, the timing was perfect. Ball one. Parejo. And the shot. It was on its way in. Alvarez. What was the chance they could get caught out on the break here? Can they use it to their advantage? Options in the centre. Now what can they do from here? Making sure nothing onto... The referee spotted the infringement, and it will be a free kick in a position of genuine menace. Goalkeeper.
Well, he's pulled off a decent save here, but more importantly, they stay on level terms.
Pulls it back. Can he put them in front? He does! And with so little time left. And that is the end of the game. It goes into the history.